Where's my chapstick? Right. Alright. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I've got started late. Kinda got food late and just bleh. Whatever. I'm here now. And we will be playing through the game. Last I left off, I was in the middle of episode 2, I believe. So, no, not the Binding of Isaac. Just open up the game and get back to it, I suppose. Color source. Anything else I need to cover? Alright, that seems to be working. Go, there it is. Not really. No, I'm not gonna be playing that Mario ROM hack anymore. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just directionless. No clear goals around and I get lost. Not very good for stream. So probably on Wednesday I'll play through that other Game Boy Color Detective Conan game that I've got on... Hello? That I've got on there. And then after that, I was thinking maybe a Hat in Time could be fun. It's in the Steam Family Library, so someone has it. Alright. April 18th, 1:20 p.m. Wright, anything agency. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. How could a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back! Eek. Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're here in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. Alright. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos, Apollo! Vámonos! April 18th, QE Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, we said that. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. You just had that on you? Oh, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. You didn't bring a flashlight? What are you doing? There's a thick layer of dust in here. Oh, that might be a problem for our theory. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So, what did you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. Do you think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... Huh? Huh. Feel bad for Paul and Athena. One's been around for years, but the other's fresh out of law school. Both are dealing with potential asphyxiation. Yeah. No one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Oh, you've perked back up after hearing that concept didn't work out. Sorry, Mr. Justice. But it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Wright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on. Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man. Bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone while they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? And how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information about the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Alright, well, I guess you'll have some things to say. What's up? How are things going on your end? I can't believe Prosecutor Blackquill would stoop that low. I mean, pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write "daughtered" 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackquill believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. Oh, the staff. It was at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tenma was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way! Well, what about our prince? Or what about Prince? Nope, no prince. But if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, prince or no prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Most irritating. I don't dislike him so far. He seems like fine. He's very enthusiastic. Granted, I haven't seen much of him, so maybe he gets worse. Who knows? Although I would rather have Gumshoe, I think. I like him. Although he didn't interact with Apollo at all, ever. He wasn't in the Apollo Justice game. I'd recommend you wouldn't blink. What does that mean? I suppose he'll be more aggressive in preventing me from doing things at some point, perhaps. Let's see. Did Prosecutor Blackquill figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal murder and the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? Oh, Wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh, yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure-4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it. Our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. Thought you had him writing something. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Well, yep, nothing else to say to you. I'd want to talk to other people in town, but I guess if that's what we're doing, we can come back later. April 18th, Wright, anything agency. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff, and the only way's down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged, too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, hand monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? Alright, talk to Phoenix. He is here. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. It was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped the unlocked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that, back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? We can't go talk to him right now. He's busy. Give me. Wire got stuck. So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Aw, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal. Like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after I can speak. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright. Yes? I'm going to visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright. Time to see what's new down at the detention center. He's busy. April 18th, detention center, visitor's room. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. You're still doing that. So my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. If we even should be helping him back in whatever. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. You're very odd. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenma Tharo, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominated the mortal world is at hand. Dominate. Not past tense. Oh. Alright. The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? Huh. I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well, no. Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. What is this play you're putting on? You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him with something into ash. What is that? Leaving naught but ash. Yikes. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned he'd been clubbed with the statue. I'd better ask about this too. I guess that's a thing I have to present then. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold the key to the forbidden chamber. Whoa, is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the forbidden chamber. So he wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprint shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tenmataro, act as some asinine alchemist. But, I but asked the jailer. My will was done. Quite eagerly, I might add. Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere or in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening long, long ago, would I have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works? Forbidden chamber key. Key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed. No fingerprints could be lifted from it. Unsurprising, I imagine that would have cost us. Alright, you wanted to ask about the statue, so where's that at? Oh, there it is. Look at this. What, might I ask, is that? This statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off, or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Okay. I feel like this is a lot more direct in telling you how to proceed with the investigation. Which is maybe good, because sometimes I'd just be like, what the hell am I supposed to do? And the answer is present random piece of evidence to random person, and they have something to say. And it's like, why would I have known that? Why, this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently, somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Oh, you have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Okay. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So, whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement into the alderman's pocket. That could have been his doing. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other person who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. And he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's the most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tenma's a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Blackmail letter updated. Highly likely that it was LaBelle who took it from the mayor's briefcase. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open up the Forbidden Chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem, how do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. We have a couple of questions for her. We're not going to get anything else out of you, so we will move on. She's probably over here somewhere. April 18th, Nine Tails Vale, Yokai Lane. Hey, isn't that... There she is. You seem off. You dare imprison me. Jinxie! She's acting really strange. A loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. You shall know the terror that is mine in despair. You shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Gak! Oh, it is. Is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been the Makuragaishi. Makuragaishi. That sounds vaguely familiar. What is that? Makuragaishi. Ever wake up after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makuragaishi preys on people while they're asleep. Sounds like sleepwalking. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't. Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask. There was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Alright, sure. What do you have to say then? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Well, if they were in the Forbidden Chamber, somehow. Depends on how it opens, I suppose. That could explain things. Are you sure? My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? The door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetailsvale sure lived his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Oh, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key wouldn't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Forbidden Chamber key updated. Only one of its kind, but it doesn't exactly look complex. It's just kind of two round pieces. Do we need to show you anything? Oh yeah, we need to ask you about the statue, didn't we? Alderman QB made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetailsvale and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill, but the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. Statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke and was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the alderman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will forever be etched in my mind. Awesome demon statue updated in the court record. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Oh. My bracelet, it's reacting. So I guess with the bird thing, which is still set up in a weird way since it doesn't care about Athena's whole computer screen going on, but when Apollo grabs his arm, it's like, no, murder her. Which seems a bit odd. But I guess this is now taking the place of the Magatama thing, which is fair enough. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be in justice we trust. Yikes. The ghost! Oh! Detective Fulbright. What are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right, specifically, we want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll, then. Now come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Plus that guy's not there, so we can't stop you. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Who's going to stop you? I guess there might be, like, normal, less important police people who don't get faces around. April 18th, QB Manor, Garden. Your hair's blue now. What was your voice? It was... Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I heard this carnation's imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. I don't think that's a French accent. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh, yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Ah, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Oh. Where's that rigging coming from? You have your phone set up to be part of your shoulder pads, whatever those are. You'll have to excuse me. Oh, Belle here. What the... Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? I have to assume they're custom made. Or at least custom altered. Surprised. This is my own special design. It is the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. I would, like, absolutely murder you for doing something like that to me. I hate perfume. Oh, you simply don't have an eye for beauty. Having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy. I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? A couple things. Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch saw... said they saw Tenmataro. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the... Fuck! Why didn't you see? Oh, very well. I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. So he did see something. And why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Okay. So, what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it, that loathsome, no-good nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine and despair. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once, she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. Oh. That doesn't quite look like a costume with those effects, but sure. I wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. Suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Then maybe... So you do understand? That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now, wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks in there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes next time we talked with him. Still, we have to ask you about the letter. Here's the letter. Do you know about it? What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Kyubi. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And your point being, someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally, perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. I think it's gonna blind you is what it's gonna do. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Yeah. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Well. My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that. That was literally used in court. I don't know why we have it. Hello there. Like, it would make sense if we had, like, a photocopy scan, but we shouldn't have the original thing. We weren't the ones who brought it to court. I don't know where we would have gotten it. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now. You just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, the bell speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Jesus Belle brand products. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. French. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it has become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Oh, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for your peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Color Mi Belle. Mille Belle. Just a spray-on color. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Yeah, no, I've seen that before. I used that sort of thing for Halloween. Makes your hair very stiff. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet, it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Wash out with water. Oh, okay. I wonder if we'll find traces of it around somewhere or something. Okay, let's head over to the box chamber. We've still got to find the secret mechanism for opening the forbidden chamber. Alright. I hate how he moves his hand against the flower. I hate seeing people rubbing things with their hands. I don't like it. April 18th, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the forbidden chamber. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the forbidden chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hid in this room. Okay, let's get started. Operate, Apollo, operate. I don't know if that's how that's said. I don't even know what language that is. I mean, there's the folding screen. There's that broken statue behind the door. If they were hidden behind the door when it was flung open, then Jinxie wouldn't have seen them. That's pretty straightforward, too. I can speak with you. That's just the basic hint thing. So let's look around. Look at the door itself first, I suppose. Still no keyhole here. Okay. Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those... Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Oh, Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you can do that. How do you know if I haven't... How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Maybe something to do with these statues? There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues of him on either side. The way those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, this statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, I mean, if it moves, try doing that. There might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Alright, the folding screen has them facing away from each other. There's that broken thing back there. Yes, there is. I think I wasn't actually hovering over it. Usually that just doesn't do anything. I just remembered this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was opened. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape. A clever trick, but it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was opened. I mean, not necessarily. They could have broken it ahead of time and just stood there. Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes? There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues in front of the door. And maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. Jeez, as excited as a kid in a candy store. Can we just turn the statues? Can we just turn them? Maybe not from this angle. I don't see anything notable from here. Just turn them. Do it. Carving in the nine-tailed fox. They're guarding the door. They're on the folding screen. They move. Might be a trap. It's fine. Can you do? Might be something to the fact. Yeah, there is. What do you do it? What else do you want me to look at? Oh, there's like fox things on the... I mean, that's just a painting and I can't look at it. That doesn't matter. I can look at the window again. There's a cliff outside this window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. When I hear things like that, it just makes me want to try. Never say never, never say never, right? I bet I could get out this way. No, wait, do you have a death wish or something? It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. There's some seals up here. The other door. Better take a look behind this door, too. There oh, look, the doorknob banged into the wall. Made a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right. I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. I guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. What's under the table? Blood? Oh, it's the cup. Hey, look, there's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? I wonder. Oh, I know. It might be a piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? Doesn't look like it has blood on it, so it must have broken off before it got used to bludgeon the guy. The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table. Ghost and demon statue updated. Cool. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the forbidden chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the forbidden chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-toothed comb. Okay, well, there's also doors on it. On closer inspection, I think there's more to the screen than meets the eye, especially since something's in the way. You could move that a bit. Let's check every last inch of it. Girl. I can rotate the folding screen with the right stick. And if I spot anything of interest, I can press A on it to inspect it further. You can also zoom in and out with Y and B to get a better look. Let's check every last inch of it. Hey, doesn't it look like the picture's been cut off on both ends? Now that you mention it. Looks like it looks like there are supposed to be doors on both ends, but they're cut in... It looks like there are supposed to be doors on both ends, but they're cut in half. Maybe those doors symbolize the Forbidden Chamber's door. Yeah, it definitely feels like something significant, but the question is what? Got like fire up here. And nothing else to look at. Oh! It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. We're definitely getting warmer. Okay, let's take an even closer look. We got keyholes. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something? You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? Wait, what about that key drawn on the end of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole. Oh, I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other. So, hey, what if we made those fox statues face? Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Oh, it moves like at the base. Look, a lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? April 18th, QB Manor, Forbidden Chamber. Well, don't slam the door, you're gonna break something. These doors need some serious oil. It was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, right, forgot about those super good ears of yours. Look, more feathers. And that hair dye. I guess he did get in here. Ooh. What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it. Why do you have spiders in here? There's a hole in there. I can't imagine... Well, maybe they're not flying insects, which is what those webs like that would be to capture. I suppose it's exposed to just like the rock and dirt, so you might have digging things, but... all I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you? What, this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier. None of them have rings. The one the big one's holding has them, though. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. You're not gonna notice the bright rainbow thing on the ground? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Well, I don't want to get kicked out early, so I'll leave that to last. Let's look at the feathers. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Well, this is one tough riddle, alright. It's like a torn seal on here. Oh, that's one big statue. Must be up something like 15 feet tall. It's got a square in there. Some sort of opening. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant. But Why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. From all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been open in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. The bean washing guy. Whatever the hell it was called. Mame something. Adzuki something. Something. I don't remember. Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. Forbidden chamber figure added to the court record. Figure that had been left inside the Tenmataro statue. A thick layer of dust and dirt suggests it's been there for a long time. I mean, that sounds like it just is part of this shrine thing. It lives there. What is this scroll? Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, this looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? Found a chunk of gold. Took it to someone. A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Oh, it's turning into Tenmataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, "Here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone." Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm not scared. Freak out Central, right here, baby. Cut it out, Widget! Denial is strong in this one. Here hath Tenmataro been imprisoned. Oh, that's just this. The lantern. A stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps. Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch. Oh, here it is! What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Tenmataro's cell's been outfitted with all the amenities yokai could want. Oh, look, there's an air vent here, too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. Definitely couldn't stand on the big stone lantern. I guess it might be a little far away. I wonder where this vent leads. Oh, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so... maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all? Might go out the side of the mountain? Big face, see your staff? No, we don't care. These staves. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here. It looks like one's missing. The Tenmataro Jinx he saw must have taken it. I'd have to agree. These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares? Tenmataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. They're shaped different. Maybe they have different purposes? But the fact that he has spare stabs handy, well, shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Alright, that looks like the last thing to look at. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. It has words on it. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Just Swiss Label? Label? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Label was here? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Tenmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent Labelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Hand cream added to the court record. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tenmataro. Let's see. He'd probably be here. That's where he was last time. April 18th, QB Manor, foyer. It's the curse! The curse! The curse of Tenmataro! Give me that. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Ugh. What's all this about a curse? Give me that. This guy's annoying. Tenmataro's gonna curse us all unless you stop sticking your nose in where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. How does one even take off with that? I thought it was basically molded to his wrist. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. He almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. I'd, give those things a quick wipe down or something. I'm a big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that! It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget? Arr. Yipes! Mercy. I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Atsuki Kono was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. It's none other than the Atsuki Kozo. That's what it said, not Kono. Kozo. Atsuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson, because he was my grandpappy. Oh, you don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scrapping together in the dead of night. It's a magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth reborn. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Are you saying his grandfather stole something from the chamber? Is that what's happening? Forbidden Chamber figure updated. A figure discovered inside the Tenmataro statue. Apparently it's something a certain thief leaves at the scene of a theft. Hey! What are you doing with that there figure? Oh, we found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there for practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? Wasn't anyone we got there. Unless you mean historical artifacts. What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get rich quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there. Didn't see anything like that though. Hello, J-Pa. How are you doing? The window is closed. You can't go in it. It's too cold. Yeah, you bump your head into the window because you aren't paying attention. Sit up here. Go on. No, I don't think you want to eat my rice. No, J-Pa, the window's closed. Going back over to it isn't going to open it. Please move. JJ. You're in the way. You're in front of my screen. Kitty baby. Dear sweet boy. What if you sat in my lap? Would you like to do that? Wow, isn't that nice? And you're so soft? He doesn't want to do that. Look, sit on this pillow then. Sit over here. The window is closed. You cannot be in it. It's simply too cold. See, good place for baby. Stay there. What was it? Alright. There's something amazing in there? I didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, did he? See, now that there was one of his figures in there, that might just be. Just might be, same thing. It's a grandpappy for ya. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. We don't know the guy. He could have been, and his grandson just didn't take after his morals particularly well. In court, you mentioned seeing Tenmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry, I didn't come clean right away. Superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetailsville sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Ninetailsvale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways just like Grandpappy did. Superstition's like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Yeah, it said to leave town if you mentioned doing things. It's clearly written right here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Ah! So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetailsvale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Ah. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes! You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason you couldn't talk about seeing Tenmataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Stop that. Hey, watch it! Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all we wanted to ask, Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Was there someone else I needed to talk to also? You're still here. It wasn't you, probably. April 18th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, Your Malevolence. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? We'd like to talk about the rumor that Jinxie's possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least, that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Uh-huh. No matches this warding charm for me. The charm. You just don't want to talk about this. We're trying to help you. Tenmataro's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenma Taro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal. No affection do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you. I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Sleepwalking? Somnambulism? You mean like sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of her sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you. And that means she can't be trying to protect you. At least not on a conscious level. So then the Tenma Taro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? It would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tenma Taro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it. You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Do you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenma Taro for a spell. What could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenma Taro. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai... Are you saying that yokai is real? It's like yokai general, but no, you're being specific. Whatever the case, Tenma Taro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It is as the superstitions warn, you must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenma Taro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready. your malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Yes, your malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth. He won't be able to claim that the Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. I mean, he can still claim that all he wants. He can ignore every word you're saying. Also, maybe we don't confront him with the evidence in case he steals it. Because Phoenix did that a lot. A lot of times. And it's like, that was bad actually. You've just caused problems. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? We're certainly not going to do that in the middle of town with no witnesses. April 18th, QB Manor, Foyer. Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we heard a scream, attack, what was the next part again? Dak! You have the memory capacity of a flea! This is the 30th time you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? I ain't cut out for this. Oopsie daisy. Ow! Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just, I can't. Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. What do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. That's not going to happen. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had. And about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. You fool! Yipes! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right. Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenmataro was wow. I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool. Was a jinx. So. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. What exactly does he have on you that you're going along with this? So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting. A special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Phil G, wake up, you lazy bones. What was I sleeping? Ugh. Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. It's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Yeah, right up the snozzola. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, but please, anything but another lesson. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Well, he'll be in court tomorrow. Which is a better place to get this sort of thing done anyway. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. Gold. April 18th, Ninetails Vale, Yokai Lane. Cursed nine-tailed fox. The time for settling the score. My grudge has but festered over time. Last vengeance will be mine. She must be possessed or sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie. Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenemataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Why am I so cold? The window is shut. Oh, right, for the municipal murder issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. That's what... Ow! No fighting. Ugh, charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said that the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox Chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. Okay. Let's go. I see. Now we have to wait.
Gotcha.
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Girl, we're on your side. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? This is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? I mean, if she doesn't tell anyone, then... Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackquill know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows, but I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime seems locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenmataro. But Papa and the alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? Bell's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenmataro Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a lethal exorcism, justice style. To be continued. Save progress, yes. Checking. Alright. seems good. Just checking, making sure nothing has gone wrong with streaming programs and whatnot. Everything looks fine though, so we shall carry on. Yes, microphone is good. I didn't look at that. We shall carry on because it's not very late at all. I mean, I'll have to stop in a little bit, very briefly, to feed the dog, but that's fine. April 19th, 9:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Just Swiss, but I don't. As chipper as ever, I see, and in French no less. And the prosecution fixed his chains. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it is standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game, if Simon says. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. It was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you've been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court, the one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court. Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more Blackwell's mind games. Can't you raise an objection to this concept? Just like, hey, you're doing it bad. Stop. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cubey, was the Amazing Ninetails. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetails were the key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cubey's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchildren. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? Feathers and tracks weren't those left by the mayor when he was possessed. That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course, I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the mayor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony, then? For I'm ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Tenma Taro farce. Witness testimony? I'll bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well, then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. My socks are stretched out. They're falling down. See that it doesn't happen again today. I've been known for my hasty retreats since I was a kid. A bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, he managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Yipes, no, please. I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement now. Yes, sir. Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be at a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill. Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as the give up easily type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. The yokai is Jinxie. Tenma was really that little maid gal. I ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenma I saw was just a little thing about her size. But the little run had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. So, Tenma was short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Meaning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Tenma impersonator was walking on their knees? There weren't no knee walking. I seen it myself. And perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. Oh, monsters are naught but tricks. Either of the mind or of the cheap parlor variety. So we're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things. Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, he's simply the janitor. Oh, Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That, actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. Supposedly. Let me go.
Hold it.
Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about a practice yesterday. Do you deny the so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court? No, you got it all wrong. Then could you tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was? Oh, it was, what was it again? Now I remember math, you know, numbers and stuff. He's completely under Black Quill's control, too. Anyway, that Tematara was that little maid gal, so what's the difference? I mean, the Tematara I saw was just a little thing about her size. I take it you got a good look at how tall the Tenmataru impersonator was? Yeah, you betcha. I got a habit of sizing people up. I can even give you a primer on how to pull it off, all under the table natch. I got a knack for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. I size them real good before I relieve them of their valuables. He just admitted to being a pickpocket right here in court. Does the witness hold that this Tenmataro entered the foyer? Darn right I do. But the little run had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Well, you're not going to brush it all off by claiming the perp was short. Must have hit a raw nerve, because you ain't that tall yourself. Look who's talking, Mr. I've got to stand on a box just to testify. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say that the Tenmataro you saw had a staff? Cross my heart, hope to die. I know, because it went a jingle and a jangle. And where do you suppose that staff came from? The staff, you say? Well, I just she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one. Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor. So it had to be for the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, really? The stench of LaBelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenmataro. I guess that's what Filch is trying to say? Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to? Is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I've got my hunches about that. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. Wallop you? Why would the so-called yokai want to do that? That little maiden gal never did like me. She always hightails it when I come round, or she sticks these weird papers on my noggin. She probably thinks of him as the dreaded Tanuki monster of QB Manor or something. We need to prove that Jinxie isn't Tenmataro. But I have no idea how we're going to do that. All we have to do is prove that it was impossible for Jinxie to turn into Tenmataro. And that might be easier than you think. Really? Now's our chance. Our chance to expose the real Tenmataro for all to see. Alright. Should be the key, probably. Just like, you can't open it. Probably. Yeah, nothing else would seem to indicate that.
Objection!
It would seem that Tenmataro was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Oh, how do you figure that? You claim the Tenmataro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. Here to elaborate, Mr. Justice. The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenmataro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. What? But who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenmataro? Our Tenmataro impersonator is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide, I think he was saying. Aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us some proof as to the true identity of the Tenmataro impersonator. Just that this was in there, I suppose. We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Tenmataro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. That's the dog food alarm. I'm going to feed the dog in just a minute, but I'd like to finish up this line of statements. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. You might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there. Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, your baldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You called Prosecutor Blackquill? Could anyone be more whipped? Fool, Wright. Analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well then, I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem that the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me they're Tenmataro's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed the prints belong to... If you're so surprised, could it be the victim? Venice Filch. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he had nabbed it at some point.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? And Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki, explain yourself now. Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I didn't pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? Got a problem with it? You fool of tanuki. Order, order. Mr. Justice care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Oh, wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Still another cat out of the bag! Mr. Filch is Tenmataro. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to beat Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Ninetails Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tenmataro costume. Yep, and after the event I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So we didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the treasure there. I thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it. Treasure. Only the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it, so there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could, through the air vent in the foyer. The vent left of the alderman's picture. I went in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But how is that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. We're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Yeah, heck if I know, and it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manner. Probably launched out the window. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah. No way. Maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. Yes, you think I tossed out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go and do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Why would the costume cost you money? If you were asked to do it by someone else, surely they would have provided it. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenmataro costume through the window. That's Tenmataro flying through the sky. And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tenmataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. It made it a good distance. That's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes! Oh my, so there really never was a yokai. I can't keep any of them caps bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? This doesn't really mess with his prosecution. It's just like, well, I guess we're leaving that girl out of it. Whatever. Who cares? That wasn't the focus. None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricksy tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent LaBelle take the stand.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Uh-huh. Nothing has been proven beyond doubt. Take this tricksy little tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Maybe it just opens from the outside, or the inside, so you don't get stuck. Some sort of safety mechanism. Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. What of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? That would suggest that the tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That's when I snatched the staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered. But wait. We still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope, only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. The accused wasn't there. What do you suppose he was up to? Oh, I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the forbidden chamber was the accused Damien Tenma. Ah. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection.
Seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry, guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are. Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the forbidden chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the forbidden chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Oh, not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? He's over here. Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at that time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the forbidden chamber. And in return, he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Oh, shucks. Mercy, your honorship, have mercy. Yuck! I also assert that the person who opened the forbidden chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes, we're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Alright, but I must feed the dog. So, I will be back in just a bit. I'll feed the dog. I also need to feed the cat. Refill my water. Assorted things. They shouldn't take too long, though. Probably take my rice bowl out since I'm up. food. Yeah, you want it? Oh, you want it? Well, it's going where it usually is. It's on the floor. Returned. Creatures have been fed. I got more water. Blah. Take my slippers off. Yeah, that window's closed, princess. You can't go in there. It's too cold for it to be open. It's simply too cold. Oh, yeah. JJ, don't go crying. He's out there meowing now. He doesn't seem like he's audible. I fed him. Text off. Alright, back to the game. Let's see. April 19th, 10:25 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened up the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. April 19th, 11 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. You're green now. Now you really do look like the Joker. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your boldness. All right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. Truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant. How dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people, of... Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime. What was it? Being whatever.
Silence.
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again. Oh my, spare me, please. So much for sturdier shackles. Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackquill during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please. I saw Mayor Tenma opening the forbidden chamber doors. But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie, I killed the alderman. That's right, the mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. He confessed. Order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so. Quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love the surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecution's. This is the bell. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's conviction gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. Witness testimony. What LaBelle saw. Alright, we got a diagram. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. You would have ran into Jinxie. Why not just say you went down the stairs? I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. It's just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We'd better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die. Aren't those song lyrics? Ugh, he's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. In the hallway, hiding in the shadows, that's when I heard the confession. You claim that the mayor confessed to his daughter. Are you sure about that? Peasant! You wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. The true beauty is never wrong. It's not. No, beauty's carved deep in the DNA. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong. I'm not following. His exquisite ears like flowers abloom, his eyes that shine like petals, his hair like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold. Ah, right. The witness will hurry up and explain this truth of his. Specifically, what did Jinxie Tenma do upon hearing the confession? Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. How did Miss Tenma appear to you? Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. I couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that. He actually sympathized with Jinxie. Seems like an overly human emotion for him. Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far, in looks and in character. Next thing I did was check my face in the mirror. Checked your face? Why? To behold the beauty that is my sadness, why else? Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity. I know the feeling, but hang in there. At least keep faith in our client. Let's keep this moving, shall we? So what happened next? Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. He opened the forbidden chamber. But why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon Tenma Taro.
Objection!
The courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath. Hello, Belle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter. Toodles. Now, where were we again? You were going to tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the forbidden chamber. Oh, yes, of course. Hello, this is Belle. Good one, sir. You are absolute right. Okay, bye. You were saying... Never mind. It's a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies. The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now, tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber. Well, after that... As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison.
Hold it!
What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, I can't see, it's the curse of Tenma Taro. Then he took off running like a madman. He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in. Wrong. What? He set eyes upon me, and was thus blinded by my radiant beauty. So it was the curse of Florent LaBelle, rather than Tenma Taro. Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal. The only thing criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me, your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Tenma Taro, and... in shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone at the end.
Hold it!
There's a person in the way. So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tenma Taro ran off toward the foyer. Precisely! Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Tenma Taro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Oh, well, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. We don't find some new way to poke a hole in his testimony. Mayor Tenma is as good as guilty. This is bad. Very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over if we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. Yes. Let's see. What do we have to fight that? This doesn't show any people, so that's not helpful. After leaving the scene, calling the police, they passed each other in the foyer. Right. This should do it.
Objection!
Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon yokai. The demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenma Taro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why, yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tenma told us there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you? Foolish fop. A true man knows when he's beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. But Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone in this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Oh, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox chamber. Oh, my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox chamber. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Not that it's ever stopped anyone ever in the past. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. In the Fox chamber. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so, you could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Fox chamber, so at least that much must be true. Defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Alright. Did enter the Fox chamber after the murder. Why in the world would you enter that grisly crime scene? Why? Because I was worried sick. Mayor Tenma's suit, it what? It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it. This man clearly has his priorities in order. Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now, where was I? Oh, yes, so I entered the Fox chamber almost without thinking. But I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I'm, like, good from this distance, right? Like, audible? Maybe. I want to, like, sit back in my chair a bit instead of hunching over like that. Let's see. Whoops. Why didn't you enter right away? And ruin my designer shoes? Your shoes. Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear sends chills down my spine. That's why I hesitated. That's terrible! A man was dying and another injured, and you're worried about your shoes.
Silence.
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We are not teaching morality here. Schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits. Now you listen to me, you deceptive dandy. Get to the point and be quick about it. Yes, well, I was there in the Fox Chamber, but I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there.
Hold it.
Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself? Oh, mice, you do understand. I do. By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never, ever do. That's what you were thinking, right? I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate his mental process another time. Get on with the testimony now. Well, regarding the murder scene, what I saw there up close was absolutely horrifying.
Hold it.
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is feathers and tracks, which wouldn't have been there yet. What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Tenmataro exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. Did you immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggested we cook up our alibis together. And how did those practice sessions go? They were nearly the death of me. Filchy has to be the worst student ever. He really doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he? Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Is it important? That didn't sound super useful. That checks out with facts as we know them. It's probably not particularly important. No, Your Honor. The witness may proceed. Right then. Would just like to add that it was a terribly grisly scene as I have described. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. Suppose I'll have to ask about something else. The mayor had been knocked out by a blow to the head. Could he really have opened the Forbidden Chamber in that state? Oops. Well, it did seem difficult. He was all woozy and stumbling around as he opened it. It was such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on despite myself. I think the mayor needed medical attention more than a cheerleader. Think he's telling the truth about being there in that room? Well, I believe he was there. The question is, when did he enter? You mean, did he enter after Jinxie fled, or was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, that would change everything. Right. If he was there before the murder, that would make him a suspect. But how do we go about proving that? Well, I guess we ask him about what happened there. Anyway, let's press him and see what kind of info we can extract from him. Let's cross our fingers that he says or reveals something incriminating. Let's see. Get some more information. What do you want? Oh, the Forbidden Chamber? Could you please describe the Forbidden Chamber at the time? It was shut tight until the mayor opened it. He's really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. A big liar! He opened it himself! Oh, if looks could kill, the bell would be toast. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Does the idea that the mayor could have opened it fight anything? Not really. He, like, snuck off with that. Is it important? Let's check that other one. Probably not. Yes, yes, yes.
Hold it.
How about the murder weapon? Could you describe the state of the weapons that have been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cuby. It was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh, right, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the murder had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? That's the one we need. I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. A statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill celebrating the municipal merger.
Hold it.
A token of goodwill? Are you referring to the fox and demon statue? Yes, the statue the alderman allegedly used to strike back at Mayor Tenma. The mayor trampled down municipal goodwill only to be clobbered by its symbol. It's quite ironic, don't you think? And that's when that symbol of goodwill was transformed into a symbol of conflict. Okay. The only one who knows what the original looked like.
Objection.
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill. As if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter. So, how did you really know the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself. Make it quick. Why you called him that? This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. Secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime? I've been doing that for a bit. Yes I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. Order, order. Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it.
Silence.
Nope. Yeah, we don't exactly have hard proof of that. Quite yet. Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection.
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Cuby told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection.
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it's always been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has forgotten, have we? Call the little scamp's statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. I mean, it looks like there's some space to hide behind that statue. Just curl up in a little ball. I guess she went in there, so that might be a bit more difficult. Oh, dang it. Fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room. No, that... I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? Proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your baldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. Facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection. Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But... Your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It's high time you brought down the hammer of justice. Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma. Someone else has something to say. Oh, hey.
It seems that my time is at hand.
Mayor Tenma.
Counselor, there's a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now, if only for your good graces.
Counselor... Oh, right, he must mean me. Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. It's no good, I can't restrain him.
Know me and despair. For I am Tenma Taro, demon lord of the yokai.
Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might even get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way... Still, I believe testimony by yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenma Taro. Your testimony, please.
I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them, but once you shall.
I'm not doing calling so much. The ruler of demonkind.
Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly 2 yokai did appear. On one side I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demonkind. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the 9-tailed fox.
Is that, it? So, is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time?
Strange as it may be, yes indeed, all was in darkness.
And the part about Tenma Taro and the 9-tailed fox being there?
Yes, that too. Tenma Taro towered overhead, and the 9-tailed fox glittered gold.
Did he disguise himself as this guy? Pretend to be the one in the chair? But he threw the other guy into the chamber? And that's why he had to open it. Maybe. But then shouldn't have Filch noticed that? I guess maybe if it was dark, that would have been difficult.
Animal abuse, Your Honor.
It seemed the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted.
Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind.
Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay? I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again. Barely conscious, steaming there amid the darkness. Suddenly, 2 yokai did appear. That makes sense. One side, I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demonkind. The other, my mortal enemy, the 9-tailed fox. Suppose you're happy about the fox? I feel like that makes sense, but...
Got it.
When the 9-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well.
Joy? Perhaps it was joy, the light coming to my eyes at long last. Long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence, and then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket.
A creaking door. Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Who's driving with such a loud car? Stop it. Why is everyone's car so loud?
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur?
Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmataro you saw? Most likely the Forbidden Chamber's statue.
Well, yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff of the demon's grasp.
But even if that's all true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things. Just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events.
Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the amazing Ninetales.
What?
The amazing Ninetales. At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. It was the amazing Ninetales who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door.
60.
I'm sorry I asked.
The amazing Ninetales? But that was the victim, Alderman Cuby, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Was he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Anyway, let me enter it and run an update. Really conscious. Darkness, mighty statue of Tenmataro. Suddenly the door did open, a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. Amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. You were displeased about the amazing Ninetales. When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness?
Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recall something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red. When I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me.
Red cape. A cape of red. Do we have anything like that? Not really. Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape?
Why indeed?
What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction, here comes justice. Conscious, forbidden chamber, the darkness, time at Taro, door opened. I think Ninetales come to the rescue. Alright, so that's the problem, that red cape. Is there anything we have that would be red like that? There's nothing in here. There's that seal, but that's not really big enough. That's not it. Nothing red. I guess we can use this and be like, no, he's got the big cape of tails or whatever. It's not red.
Objection!
You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. You sure about that?
Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but...
Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you?
Oh, it certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as of yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, oh, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red.
So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh?
Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me.
So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? Blood. I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? We certainly don't have anything else.
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood?
Blood? Why, yes, it was blood.
It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape I saw. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the alderman's bloody body. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman Cubey? But the Alderman was the amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work?
Hey, I asked you first.
Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Oh, don't you think that's this strange? Little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said not about seeing the amazing Ninetales there.
Ah, you just had to bring that up, didn't you?
Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who was really in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? Yeah. Yes, of course. I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Nothing more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. It's been a minute, let's save, make sure I do not run into any trouble. Do not run into any trouble. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question indeed. And I suppose you have an answer for us. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has in fact misremembered the event, what could have made her do so? The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unlike. How could you explain that away with mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. If it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pass. Yeah. Oh, goodbye. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it is time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down. He does say that, doesn't he? I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, it never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. Rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? Ah! We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your boldness. I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. Defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. It seems I must announce my verdict. I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anybody about it or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mr. Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. One of these, one of these. Which one of these? What absolute claptrap, poppycock balderdash. We thought that the alderman was the amazing Ninetails, and that the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetails veil. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the amazing Ninetails. What's this? You must explain yourself, Justice Stono. And from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetails, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetails she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection.
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build, too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection.
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetails, she would never dare unmask him. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. And by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and the alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he'd also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed his disguise by donning the amazing Ninetails mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. the scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman Cubey was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence.
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection.
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the forbidden chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the fox chamber. Oh, so the amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right. It was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch, in his Tenma Taro disguise, ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the fox chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defense be the amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection.
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the amazing Ninetales. This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except a killer as insane as his plot. And I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal. It is your own peril that you forget who I am.
Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Now what? You have quite the active imagination. You're blonde again. Mayor Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales.
Objection.
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... Even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. What?
Why, you would dare reveal the secret!
My good friend, the alderman told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth, what with the superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Tenma Taro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you.
Objection.
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenma Taro a secret. Dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth. Right! I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now? Just don't know. Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not? The amazing Ninetales' true identity. Amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know that Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, the bell's going to expose the secret behind Tenma Taro. We're so close, I know it. Defense may cross-examine the witness. Why don't we ask, like, Jinxie? If you're saying she knows, we should ask her and see if she does know. This whole case only makes sense if the mayor is the amazing Ninetales. I know you used his mask to create the illusion of a locked room murder.
Silence.
Nothing more than idle speculation. You've no evidence now, have you?
Objection.
Mr. LaBelle knows what the statue originally looked like. That means he had to be in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight. Sorry, but I heard about the statue from Alderman QB. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, but what's that? The alderman's dead. Looks like the joke's on you, my sweaty little friend. Apollo, you mind if I wring his neck? Wait in line, because I'm going first. Temper. Anyway, the mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. The only nonsense here in this court is you and your assertions. Such anger is terrible for the skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart. Excuse me. I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps this fragrance will help the blossom within you bloom.
Ah!
You liked that, didn't you? No. Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers. Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted attorney here is utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, you'd be arrested, wouldn't you? Yes, it's true. I would be sacrificed upon the altar of justice despite my innocence. What a terrible loss that would be for the future of humankind's cosmetic needs. It is a tragedy that must be averted. Defend me if you understand this.
Silence.
The only terrible loss is the time wasted by your ceaseless yammering. If you would avert the tragedy awaiting you and that vexing visage of yours, then... Yes, I know. Get on with my testimony. Anyhow, suffice to say, should the mayor admit to the defense's nonsense, I will make good on my threat, and I will expose the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. And just how did you learn of this so-called truth behind Tenma Taro? Alderman QB told me all about it. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tenma Taro. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. LaBelle? Because of the alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was hospitalized. He appreciated it so much that he shared the secrets with me. Wait, did he threaten the alderman in addition to the mayor? Don't tell me that's how he learned how to open the Forbidden Chamber. Needless to say, I'm not above revealing the truth behind Tenma Taro. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetails Vale, just as the superstitions say. Do not gaze upon Tenma Taro. Do not tell others if you see him. Oops, that's the wrong button. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly! Telling others what Tenma Taro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And Ruin coming to the village if you free him, is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And that truth is, Tenma Taro was a great inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetails Vale is all about. Tenma Taro is the great fortune. Come to think of it. Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenma Taro actually be... That would match up with the scroll that was in there. Telling the villagers that Tenma Taro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Well. Seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenma Taro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenma Taro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tenma Taro exists.
Hold it!
So in other words, tragedy wouldn't occur at all if there were no Tenma Taro. Yes, I suppose so, but that's wishful. Mrs. LaBelle, yes, you don't say. As long as Tenma Taro exists, huh? How's the mayor supposed to admit to his secret identity now? Well, we have to find a way to make him say it, or our entire case unravels. There must be a hole in LaBelle's testimony somewhere. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, check this out.
Objection!
I have a little wooden statue. Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenma Taro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenma Taro no longer existed... What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenma Taro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get the chance to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenma Taro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? Looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Tenma Taro has been stolen? Yep, Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. By that hideous moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. I know! My beautiful golden Tenma Taro was... The greed inspired by Tenma Taro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetails Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenma Taro, for he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenma Taro's true form? Call, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenma Taro was the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetails Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetails Vale land that would become Tenma Town. But drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle, as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenma Taro came to be. Thus it was. So Tenma Taro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenma Taro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there's no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetails Vale. A thing so terrible that Tenma Taro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret.
Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenma Town would never seek to take over Ninetails Vale in a merger.
Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenma Taro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetails, aren't you? Shut up. No, don't do it. Please, no. Aren't you like shoving him out of the podium? When it jumps back and forth between people who are in this podium, it's like, what's happening? There's one of them.
Be gone, you demented demon.
Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetails, is indeed me. And that means Jinxie.
Yes.
The man wearing the mayor's clothes, who you saw collapsed in the Fox Chamber. Was he wearing the amazing Ninetails' mask?
That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QE that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it?
It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than the Bell scheme.
You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. Oh.
The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant! No!
Silence.
Yeah, we're kind of lacking on hard proof right now, still, despite that. Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground?
What's this guy want now?
Real evidence. Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. Whatever happened to that jury system? Did they just not do it after the last trial in Apollo Justice? What did they do to it? They were just like, nah, that isn't any good.
But they're right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind.
This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live and or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence. Or don't you have any? Oh crud. Do I have anything conclusive? Let's see. That was in there, but that was stolen. That's not helpful. He has hair spray. White hair. I wonder. There was white hair in the mask. I wonder if it might be from this. No, it would wash out with water. Although maybe his hair is white under the water? Or under the paint or whatever the hell it is. Hmm. I mean, it had to get in there somewhere, somehow. And it would dye better if it were already white. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice. Oh, what are you doing? What's this? Let's review the facts. Do we have a put together the whatever thing like in Danganronpa? What are we doing? The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the amazing Ninetales. But, as we know now, of course, we were way off. The amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why, when his daughter Jinxie saw the amazing Ninetales collapsed at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence we found outside the crime scene provide any clues? Oh, I know. The amazing Ninetales' mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clues does that mask hold? White hair. And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Oh, right. That hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to the court? This court. Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? Was that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Cuby. Yes, but the amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear the coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type. He's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another. One ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection.
No, Prosecutor Blackquill. It is you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all of the remaining riddles.
Take that.
That's... what is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetales' mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? You're saying that are you saying that preening peacock's hair color is? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Ninetails Vale, you now have a real-life exposé. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Who is texting me? I'm almost done. Yes, I'm almost done. Give me a minute. Laurent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cuby. You peasant, how dare you! Ah! Pray my beauty like a bug, I'm going to exterminate you screaming. No, my makeup, well, that's kind of on you. You did that. Hello, this is the bell. After the project is off. This is the bell. The sponsors have pulled out. The bell speaking. Fired? You mean I'm no longer May Tenma's aide? I think he could have told you himself. Hello, this is the bell. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me. Oh, right, the chlorofluorocarbons that used to be in aerosol stuff. $100 million. Finished washed up stick of fork in me, I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackquill, defeated. Order, order, order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackquill, what have you done with Florent LaBelle? The faced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmataro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetails Vale. The Bell set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the aldermen and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see, but what I still can't comprehend is why he would go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such ferocity. I feel like people would be into the hair stuff if you, like, sold it. Too bad for him. Someone else had gotten to it first anyway. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty. Yay. Why are you doing that? Sulking. Court is adjourned. April 19th, 1:23 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenmataro from Ninetails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma, too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman and then died from a counterattack. And that would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that, too. But I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the Amazing Ninetails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the Amazing Ninetails. And LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder. The wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the Amazing Ninetails was just killed, he'd die hero. But if it was proven he was a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was completed and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot.
Oh, most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval.
Why are you acting like Tenmataro again?
Let this be of no concern to you.
How could it not concern me? Tenmataro, be gone! Gah. Jinxie. Seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back. Yes, it would seem that Tenmataro was no match for you. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. To round the Amazing Ninetails, we'll have to retire, though.
Huh? How come?
Once everyone hears I'm the Amazing Ninetails, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, another reason for my secret identity. Don't see how I could possibly continue.
I think you misjudged yourself. Take a look outside.
Hey, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask. And to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me? I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this. Ah, no. Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. Don't want to keep my fans waiting. Yeah. Just jump down there. Where'd you get? Whatever.
Ninetales forever!
I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma and Ninetales. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, blackmailers slash killers behind bars, and the murder is no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales will be too. And it's all because we believed in our client. Just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo, or you might have to start looking up at me. Uh-huh. I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours, too. You kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Just let them try to stick on me. I don't care about your weight talk. Alright, already, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldoon's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know? I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. You're gonna go there? Thought they sounded bad to eat, just generally. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Hey, thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together. And it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark cage of the law seems so distant, so relevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at that famous legal academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. Ominous. Perhaps we'll be getting information on that next time. End. Way. I would like to save my progress, yes. But that is where I shall stop for now. On Monday, we shall get back to this. We will go into episode 3. Looks like we are going to be doing that one. That thing at the academy they mentioned. Which is, I suppose, still taking place before the first case. Anyway, anything else I need to say? I'll be back on Monday with more Ace Attorney. And on Wednesday, I'm thinking, because that, what's it called? The Mario thing just wasn't working out. It just doesn't have good enough direction. I kept wandering lost. Not particularly fun. Anyway, I was thinking on Wednesday I could play through the Detective Conan Karakuri Jin Satsujin Jiken. Not quite sure what the English is, but there's some sort of murder case, as there tends to be. So we'll see how that is. But that's on Wednesday. Monday, there will be more Ace Attorney. believe that's all I need to cover. Have a nice day. Goodbye.